Howdy everyone. Let's have another day of game development streams. Yeah. Do I do the red circle thing? Yeah, I'm gonna do the red circle thing that everyone does. It's like really professional now. Alright. Do we put it like that? There we go. Cool. Tupsu is now on. I wonder if I can actually hear myself from the preview. Nope. Maybe I'll be able to hear myself in this. Maybe I'll be able to. That's good. Alright, let's try to take less community guideline warnings this time for YouTube. So let's not watch any copyrighted content on stream. Okay. Should I use the magnifier again? Don't know. Thanks Yare for link in topic. I had something I wanted to do. Oh right, yeah. Yeah. Just had to open the window because it's getting really hot for some reason. Today I'm gonna probably polish this like yeah, I was thinking of making that myself, but didn't want to seem obnoxious as well. Steamy coding session, oh yeah, boy. Yeah, basically this is what we had last time from yesterday. Maybe I'll just maximize this. Basically this is what we did yesterday. We have a heavy base that we can start our mining runs mining runs, and then we can kind of get these minerals here. They're not gonna be iron, they're gonna be crystals. I'm gonna need to change that. And now with the default texture, I'm just gonna make them blue. And I was thinking how to make this more to the related to the theme, is that maybe we'll just, the crystals will be basically just, you can use them as your fuel, or then just keep, we're gonna have some kind of thing we will need to keep running, that we can use that for as a fuel for that as well. So you have to choose to kind of, at this point you just need to choose if you're using it for fueling your own stuff so you could go further, or if you're gonna go if you're gonna fuel the thing that you need to keep alive. And the trade-off is that if you fuel more, you can get further. We just need to implement the fueling stuff, the mechanic, and you might get better yields of mining in the world. But if you need to just keep the thing alive, of course. So, but yeah, another thing that we're gonna do today is mainly polish, and I'm gonna have a look at the map. And one thing I'm gonna check right now is the fuck was it? Something brush, polybrush. Yeah, I did this yesterday. Yeah. I did that in 7 hours was what I did yesterday, so. Alright, this is good. Maybe it's in the package manager. I hope it's in the package manager. I don't want to use that. Yes! This seems good. Nice. I want to get that. Is Rektalipalo Yadde, or are you someone else? Oh, wait, was the magnifier yesterday any use, or was it just that annoying, by the way? Like I had the magnifier on the right side. Also gonna advertise this thing. Because when I was like I used to use that sometimes in teaching as well, to kind of because the screen is usually small and the code is small, and if I don't want to zoom into the text, I could just zoom into the text of the Visual Studio. That'll work. And get some more room for the actual Unity here. No, wait. What am I doing? Inspector needs to be here. Yeah, that's all. Not sure if that's too big of a game screen. I play with a very small game preview because I just need to control it. Yeah, I was gonna paste the link to Discord. I'm not gonna use the magnifier if not needed because I would like some privacy in my other screen. Not everyone wants to be on stream. But yeah, yesterday I did like 7 hours in a row without a break. That was not a necessarily healthy thing to do. I mean, I didn't get any kind of rebound from that, but kind of feels like it's a little bit more stressful. We're not gonna watch any opera today because I know Phantom of the Opera is a musical, sir. We're not gonna watch any more musicals because I don't want to risk a copyright strike or a YouTube community guideline strike. I already got the warning from it. I got an email for that. Your content violated YouTube's community guidelines and has been removed. I wish I could watch stuff on stream, not on YouTube. I could just stream on Vacker, but I just want to be accessible. One thing I noticed regarding the game now is that the base entrance, someone played the game and said that no touching of the ball, and that reading that feedback, we can read that they wanted to touch the ball, but they were surprised that they couldn't touch the ball because the collider is larger than the ball. And this is a thing that we need to address. Actually, we need to remove that. But basically, that's a thing that we actually need to address. That it's surprising that they can't touch the ball. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this just either this, or then I need to just make it that you need to use a key to kind of get in, or then I could make an entrance for that. I could make it a like 0.9 when you can actually walk into the sphere, and maybe that might be feel like it's you're going into it. Seems a little stupid, I guess. It feels like maybe I'll just make a. It'll be transparent and we'll have a city inside it. The sphere is gonna have a material. Oh God. M for material. C to sphere. So we're gonna have the city sphere material, and it's gonna be did we have transparency? No. Basically make it look like a force field. Gonna need to change the how to make it in Unlit, but What if I make it a particle? Wait, there was no wait. There's in standard. There's also rendering mode. Yeah, there we go. You don't actually need another shader for that. Then we're gonna actually make a... Oh right, fuck. Whatever. Of course I'm gonna do everything in the play mode. But yeah, no worries. Let's make a pro builder thing. Can I make it here? Pro builder. I want to make a pro builder plane, or maybe I'll just make a regular plane. It's gonna be like 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Yeah, that seems good. Pro builder itse. And then we can choose no, not that. Maybe I need to lift it up. Oh, whoops. Maybe I need to lift it up a bit. And maybe hide the sphere. So I can actually make this. Maybe I will just make a prefab out of it. City. So we can be at peace. That's basically what we're gonna do here. It's just right. It's it wasn't this. Of course, it's gonna use the bend the mesh like that. Maybe it's better to just. It can be a pro builder mesh now. Maybe I'll just like make some hills to the city or something like that. I think it like should be. Oh, there's extrude faces. Yeah. I actually didn't realize that it's a different command. Yes, that's it. That's the thing. That's what I needed. All right, we're gonna use the pro builder for this city. Maybe I'll just build this city like this first. Trying to not make swastikas here, by the way. Just realized that it's already starting to look like that. There's gonna be a big building here. There's gonna be a square here. Yeah, because I remember reading it when I saw the thing, but I just didn't realize that it's a different feature of. This is on what level my 3D software knowledge that or 3D pipeline. Oh, of course, this is gonna be it. We're gonna have to undo that, or I don't know. We'll just make these buildings, I guess, or I'm just gonna extrude them more, I guess. Need to play it like this now. If I extrude this, it's gonna make me, yeah. There's gonna be a little bit like extra polygons here. Yeah. I can only go up with those. Oh. Oh. This is gonna be like this U-shaped building. Don't want to obstruct too much of the view, I guess. Highly unoptimal, but doesn't matter at this point. Let's make this building will be kind of cool because it'll be like this sword shaped thing. It's not sword. It's like it's gonna be like this. Nice. Maybe the other buildings could be like a little bit pointy as well. This is the city's architecture. Or maybe this side buildings will be this kind of pointy things, and then when you go here, and the lower buildings are just like regular. This is actually a good time for this. Perfect. Now we just need some kind of material for it. some other color. Be, could have a texture. Just gonna go the easy way here. Hopefully the lighting will save us. Yeah, it'll look good. This is the city. Kind of wish that. There we go. Now you need to go into the city and you will go inside.
Can you tell me?
What if the city sphere was unlit, transparent? Oh wait, unlit color, but then it doesn't. Unlit. Oh, we just need the texture for it. We're just gonna use the standard stuff. Oh. Wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I just got into inside the sphere. Okay. Let's make the fuel mechanic, I guess. The fuel mechanic is so that you have certain amount of fuel. And if it runs out, kind of, because if it runs out, then you could return to the base immediately, but that would be kind of feel like would be take away a little bit from the planning aspect of it, so that you actually have to plan for your return trip as well. Which would be interesting, but then again we don't really have any punishment. Like, you could take damage for your stuff if you like fail to refuel or run out of fuel. But then it would be, on the other hand, it would be just easier to return you to the base. Would be useful, or would be more viable to make some kind of punishment. You could slower the speed. You could use like if you have would have at some point like components that you use to traverse some like across rivers or some dangerous areas. You could like hamper those so that you kind of are forced to go back. Now it's getting too cold. I need to close the window. Anyway, we're gonna need to, or maybe, well, if you don't actually, if you don't if you run out of fuel, you can use the crystals to as a kind of emergency fuel, and you kind of lose your progress by that if you do that. So that's a good way. So if you go too far and you need to come back, you basically just because it's inefficient conversion rate for the fuel with that, so you'll get more fuel out of it if you just fill it or convert it in the city. I'm gonna make a fuel tank component because why not just make it a different, and we need to wire it into the, I think I'm gonna wire it into the mover. I think. Just gonna zoom in on the code so people actually can actually read that. Fuel will be probably float. I was thinking maybe, well, we can have max fuel in a sense, but we're just gonna not use that if we want to cap it at some point for some other devices. So we're gonna have so we basically convert certain amount of the resource into the fuel. Gonna rename this. It's gonna be crystal. we're just gonna use a switch case for the fuel type. Um, was thinking if when we refuel, if we want to make it so that you can't refuel with some materials, and that you wouldn't lose the materials if it kind of fails the refuel. But I would need to request the resource storage from the as a parameter. Let's just go with this first. This is the base method for refueling, so no worries. Basically, if we don't have the resource type, we're just gonna return without doing anything. So this is where all the conversion algorithms go. I'm gonna actually make a so add fuel, we add the fuel, and if we have max fuel, if so if fuel less mean is bigger than max fuel, then we're gonna run into problems. And also his max fuel is fuel. Fuel starts to look really weird when I read that word many times. Max fuel is over more than 0 or 0. You can have 0 max fuel. Now I'm thinking if I should return the amount that I refueled or added fuel, or the amount that was kind of rejected. We can also make maybe Maybe I'll actually make this return the amount that we convert. And why is that? That's float. That's need to be float. It's gonna be the excess that I'm gonna return. So, the excess is 0. Return the excess. If max fuel is then fuel is the max fuel, and excess is gonna be fuel. No. Minus. Max fuel. Not sure if I just so the fuel will be maybe 1 crystal. You get like gonna throw in 25 for this. I could make it a into a an array or some sort of list of the resource types and their conversion rates. This is gonna be how we started though. What do you mean it's not gonna? It's not used. We also need to maybe take into account that this is like the town refuel, and then make another refuel method. We're just gonna make a efficiency. There we go. We just have the efficiency. Or could it be? Could it be an exponential efficiency? Let's not get into too much into that right now, I guess. Let's just make it simple. Like I was thinking, if you have more fuel that you're converting and you have low efficiency, it like gets more out of that. Relatively more. Exponentially more. For now. Let's go to the BC. Oops. Actually, we're gonna use the canvas. We're gonna add a button. We're gonna copy this button. Farewell button. And this is gonna be embark button. That's gonna be a resource text. Alright, embark button. Could use some sort of color scheme for the this one. Actually, need to check that out. I'm afraid I could have just changed the fucking color from here. Well, too late now. I remember that there's some way of where you just change the color in one place, but yes, in yesterday's tiredness, I did not remember that. Actually, I'm gonna need to make the fuel tank here. The fuel tank doesn't need to be a mono behavior, I think. Don't think we're gonna use it there. after all. Since we have the resource storage, I'm just gonna put the the fuel tank here. Fuel tank. Well. And how we're gonna get it is just like this. I still have a lot of stuff to clear on persistency on for example, if I wanted to customize this one, how do I actually make it a prefab that doesn't destroy on load, or should I just make it a save the data to a player data class, and then you can just basically instantiate the vehicle from here. That would probably be the safest, in the sense that you can just always create a new one from this, and this is all the thing that holds all the information.
The moon, the sun, wide open.
I'm gonna also need a okay, and since we don't have any upgrades at this point, it's just that we don't have a limit for the fuel. So if you want to get further, you just create more fuel from the resources. That's it.
Wide open.
So we had the resource textures here. This is gonna be for the Crystalus. Gonna make another one here. Gonna make empty game object and had a vertical layer, correct? Gonna be a resource list. Oh wait, child. Oh. Gonna use those kind of want some icons for these. I should make them, but method. It's gonna be in the base menu functions here. For the time being. Kind of feel like I would need to have some sort of maintenance garage script as well. I'll bundle stuff when I feel like I need that. Here we are. So basically for refuel we need to choose how many crystals we want to use for refueling first. Sure if I should just make a pop-up window for that, or if I should have a slider. Pop-up windows. Oh, we're gonna make a pop-up window. I would probably make some sort of cool pop-up window base first, then, but I'm just gonna go here, start this whole thing, make just a class for this one. Yeah, I've not confirmed pop-up will have. Can I get the rig transform? Or just does it have to have that? Maybe. It'll have a panel. Panel will have text. Not sure if I need to make another panel. This is gonna be the header text anyway. Write the pivot point. That's what I forgot. not really liking the blurry text, but whatever. It's not that blurry in the player window. Have a okay. Neighbor is doing something. Can I actually change this if I... Oh, it has to be slower. Whatever. It'll look fine. Yeah, it'll just look fine on proper resolution. Then we're gonna have a slider in this. Maybe I should have a. Wasn't there something for the text? There's a component that adjusts the thing. Adjusts the size of that. Content size fader, yeah, that's it. Then we make empty object with a horizontal. With the layout group.
Turns confrontation, way more restless and impatient. She leaves me breathless. I feel it sinking and I fear I finally get this combination. Failing at the vital basis.
Can I have
distress signals to the mother spaceship. Failing at the vital basic. Don't think we're gonna make it. Distress signals to the mother spaceship.
Works.
Conversation turns confrontation inevitably. I can't go on without the one who sunshines for me.
I wonder if I can make a content size fitter here as well. Nope.
That she sings for me.
But the thing why I'm doing this is that if I want to have a longer description, yes, that's gonna work. At least for that. Oh, right. Me too. Need to adjust the pivot again.
She wants me not. She don't know what she wants, but she knows what I've got. The thing that makes her tick is what makes me cross. In my circle, she said I'm the only one to spot. She only cares about the image. She don't care about the music or the lyrics. She only cares about the parties, the car keys, the fancy restaurants. She only wants it cause she thinks that's what the rest wants. And she'll be straight up on her Insta, showing off but never showing off her mister. Kiss and tell, can't even tell that I kissed her. She's only showing off the Rolex in the picture. If it ain't a phone, it's champers in her hand. Dom Perignon tagged, even though that ain't the brand. She's trying to cash in.
One more
making up
text
she's
here.
grand. I guess she's trying to pursue another bag. And even though the clothes are bog standard, she'll add a chain trying to make out that she's flush. See, I don't really understand it. End of the day, who really gives a fuck? She don't like it if nobody likes it, so she deletes, retakes and posts it up. She's all about the likes and the following, but friend requests don't mean it's friends hollering.
Oh, right. Then we need the buttons as well. It's gonna be a longer. Maybe this could be. This could be an input field as well.
She goes mad for the attention, and if she don't get it, she will end up getting sectioned. She's got a touch of insanity. She's lost touch of reality. She don't know what's real or not. Like if it ain't up on the screen, she can't picture a lot.
That
Picture that
button?
she's in a world of her own. 40,000 followers, but the girl is alone. Picture that she's in a world of her own. 40,000 followers, but the girl is alone.
There we go. Damn, that helps. Setting the resolution in the preview. Can actually read shit now. Weird noises. Nope. Don't need the placeholder text for this, I suppose. Or I guess I could use it. Guess I'm gonna use 4 numbers max, or that's gonna be about the maximum. I like how the slider is. The graphic is kind of warped a bit. Doesn't matter. Oh, doesn't matter at this point. Oh. We're gonna make accept cancel buttons. Kange. Kangel. That looks cool. And this is gonna have a horizontal layer group. I guess there would be a better way to use the layout item component in these, but there's layout element. But I'm just gonna go with this. It's like a mixture of manual and layout settings, basically. Now I'm gonna color the buttons with this. I guess I'm just gonna use the green from that. This is gonna be it. I think this game is not exactly a color blind friendly right now. Not sure if it's like being on this scale of the color circle is very healthy. Might need to adjust some things for that. Might as well check some sort of palette for the game. Like I mentioned earlier. Not sure how this is gonna look with just one row of text. What if I actually make this here? I fucked it up. That's not quite it. What if I put a layout element here? Oh, there's okay. There's these kind of things. No, you can. Oh, yeah. We're just gonna make it hand crafted. I don't want to fight with the fucking UIs this time. This is it. That's it. All right. Here we go with the scripting. Kind of tempted to just find the components with the names of them, so I don't have to all every time just kind of try to find them again. Or like link them again. Like we have the have the text here. There. Gonna make these public so I can actually see that if they link public text. Could make it just like show in inspector as well, but whatever. Slider. Public text. Input. And we have. Actually, that's the input. I guess I want to find the input field for that. And I guess I want to find the slider for that. And yeah, today is a little bit less speaking and more focusing, I guess. But yeah, want to have. Don't know if I need the buttons actually. Might just skip those for now. Find these references here. It's gonna, well, there's gonna be a different. No, this is not gonna work like that. I could get the child, if it's in this order, I could get the transform child hierarchy. But I can get the slider and the input pretty easily. I'm just gonna hand add these to make it a prefab as well. All right. Start of this, we're gonna. Just access the header and description from outside. So when we, I'm gonna create this one in the UI manager, so I can add the header and description text there. I guess I need to also you know what, we're not gonna do anything in start, we're just gonna call different kind of methods like public. Wait, so we're basically, we can set up a resource pop-up. And then we can set up a generic pop-up. Actually, these are gonna have some parameters. So basically we have I had a header, I'm gonna use title here, title, description, then we will have where does it take, it's gonna have min val and can I actually, was it action? No. I'm gonna actually Google that. Use method as parameter. So it's gonna be an action or something like that. Delegate. Yeah, I'm gonna use a delegate here. Now we're getting somewhere.
We swing the waves and let it go.
So basically we're gonna... I will most likely trial and error a couple of times, but this is it's gonna be a type, yeah. It's gonna return void. It's gonna be a pop-up callback. We're gonna have the amount as thing. Thanks, visuals. No worries. Yeah, I'm just gonna make. I'm basically making a simple pop-up, and I know that I want to have some kind of callback. So delegate probably is the best way. Best way to do that. That was the Unity action. Can I actually... I wonder if I can actually directly put a delegate into the on click. From script. Task on click. Yeah, maybe we need to use the... Maybe we need the buttons as well. Yeah, I was thinking of the action, kind of. But it was a little bit more... Oh, right, it's system.action. All right. Yeah, those are like you can have. Smart. I'm gonna use the delegate at this point, I think, because it seems really simple that I can just put the callback method that is just the amount. I don't think I will need, because this is I don't think I will need that much flexibility to have an action or have like several callbacks for one. I could just change it if I want to, but it'll be a refactoring thing. Okay, they were. Yeah, okay. Maybe just different. And it's the one said. Yeah, but the one said that it's the C# action inherits from the. Or like is based on the delicate stuff. So basically you could do. But yeah. Doesn't make a difference at this point, I think. Gonna go functionality first. See what happens. Gonna have these here. So first we're gonna just this is gonna be just basically getting the minimum and maximum values from the resource that okay, it doesn't matter. I need to just find. I would need to get the resource stash as well, or the storage as well. So it's the same amount of parameters. So maybe I'll just calculate that somewhere else. Unless. I don't know, maybe it's easier. Getting log lines here. Here, header dot text is type. Description text dot text is description. Menval slider menval is menval. Slider dot max value is max val. And accept boot on click is accept pressed. Cancel on click is cancel pressed. I need to put add listener. Okay. I was wrong. Oh, you can actually use the delicate, I guess. Okay. whatever. Add listener. Then we will have wait a slider changed. Slider changed. Is it gonna be on value changed and it's single? Int. Float, okay. Alright, of course. It's not the int. Float. And input field, input on value change. And that was string, I guess. Could just try parse. Wow. I think if I put if I put something that doesn't work, I'm just gonna reset it to. If you can't parse it, it's gonna reset to the slider value. Oh, right, I actually need to convert it to integer because it's gonna be can I have whole numbers? Okay. So same here. Let's test it out. Oh right, I don't have any crystals. And it's not actually doing that, is it? Well, just gonna put something into the input field. I mean, to the slider. This is actually gonna be int. It helps a bit with rounding. Alright, I'm not calling that. Let's just put start and set up kinetic pop. Maybe there. That's better. There we go. Why don't I just think we need to round it. We can just don't need to round the max value because it's not gonna be any, hopefully anything else. Like it's not gonna be anything weird. Can just I wonder if this is gonna create an endless loop. good. You can't even. Huh? There we go. You can't change it to 0. Kind of feel like the accept and cancel buttons needs to be the other way around. Don't know if this is a Japanese thing or something like that. Kind of feels more natural this way. Because you're kind of going this way. Alright. So if we cancel button this out, we're just gonna basically destroy the pop-up, nothing will happen. If we're doing accept, we're gonna call the callback. And in the refill, in the refill dialogue, I could just show how much fuel you get. That would be cool. That would, I would just need to make a new pop-up for that though. Basically, well, if I want to skip this, I could just use this amount confirm pop-up thing, not to make it generic. Let's just go with this right now, just to get it working. We can get it a bit later. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. So, now we have sidetracked from the base menu functions. So basically when we push refuel, add this here, refuel. Alright, we need the UI manager. Alright, we have the base menu functions. I'm just gonna do it here, yeah. Apply all the overrides. And let's make a UI folder for UI prefabs. Gonna make a static factory of sorts. Let's see if this actually works properly. Basically created a static method to create a new pop-up. See how it goes. We can actually kind of make sure that there's no extra pop-ups as well by just making a check for that. I'm just gonna do a dirty thing like this. Setup. go. Now we have actually got to a point where we can just decide how many crystals we want to use for that. How many crystals we want to use for refueling. Just gonna use that. Let's see what happens if I press the button. Oh, there's a mount pop-up clone, but it's... And there's panel, and there's header, and there's everything. But... Oh, of course. We need to add them to the canvas. I'm just gonna add a tag. This would need to be done with probably with a UI manager. It would be helpful to have UI manager to kind of manage the canvas and everything. But just gonna tag it main canvas and there. Can I do with this? I could also do find objects of type. There shouldn't be, or find object of type. But on the other hand, it's not exactly, doesn't matter that much. Guess I can this way I can control which one it finds. I don't need the canvas script in a sense. If I just remember to tag the canvas. There we go. Now just the position. Easiest is that I just set the things the thing to the to 0. X and Y to 0, so it'll focus on. Maybe I'll, whoop, not that, not that. I wonder if it now. Okay. Okay. Wait, you can do this for a position. Okay, well, never mind. You can just use set for position. You still need to call the previous values from there. Okay, never mind. You have to remember that for later. That's not working. Oh, right, I need the rect transform anyway, so. Alright. Gonna do it here so I don't have to actually find it every time. Or then I actually do need. Instantiate there. Do a nasty little get component there. Or I could just put it in the start, set the position. This is fine. Except that it doesn't work. Oh, anchor position is probably what. But I want it. Now I'm running out of music again, I think. Yep. Nope. Let's go with Red Eye Liquid Kicks Volume 47. No. Get world corners. This should be it. The anchored position. There we go, that was it. The set just didn't work properly, I guess. Yeah, the set doesn't work. Let it be like that then. And let's make a static. Have the current window. Kind of, if we don't have a current window, then we can make one. So if we have a window already, we can just return that. Nice. Let's get some crystals and see that it works. Nice. Neat so. All right. I guess we need to actually now make our put the fuel tank mechanic in, I guess. But then I could just first maybe refuel this. So all right, we don't have any methods, do we? We don't, because these are not public. I should pass down the resource type from the refuel as well, so we could use other types of But we're just gonna go with the crystals right now, so. Oh right, we actually need to take from the inventory. Inventory dot take resource. We got, yeah, we get the amount that we take. There we go, that should be it. Just make just we don't have much. Well, we do have. Should have the. Well, the text is not updated now. Oh yeah, we can just refill with zeros. So I can make with 212 crystals and have 300 fuel. Alright, that goes through. That is annoying. Maybe I'll, as a quality of life thing, when we set up this thing, we will set the sliders value to half. Now the fueling mechanic from Mover. So now that we don't have the fuel as a mono behavior, it's kinda I would maybe do it so like if the mover's fuel tank component is or mono behavior is null, then we don't use fuel. Otherwise we do use that fuel tank fuel. Actually not, you're gonna use the height, I think. We could make a boolean to use fuel, but that would just make it use the player's fuel every time if I do that. Maybe I just make the fuel tank as a mono behavior after all. And in the player data, I'm just gonna find the fuel tank, I guess. But then again, that doesn't does not persist between scenes if I have it in as a component. Curious. Let's not make it a mono behavior after all. Doesn't need to be. I'm just gonna put use player fuel here for simplicity. Basically, if we don't have fuel, we need to get there. I'm actually gonna just get fuel amount is gonna return the how many percent it has. So basically, or it's not gonna do that because we don't have max fuel in all situations. That's a long line, but
All my run around was just the start of my life. Now my life is starting. And going out
of course we are already ran out of fuel.
and the stadium was the world problem. Now they say life starts at 40, right? You heard that? 39.
Actually, let's start. Okay, well, maybe you need to start. Let's add some fuel. Now we need to consume the fuel as well. Alright, I don't even have the useful fuel method. Minute. It's not Boolean, it's float.
sometime when I could, about a couple of months out of a year or something like that. By the time I wanted to learn to go to school, boy, you can't go to school. They went to school them days in them churches, you know what I mean? You can't go to school, boy. You got to clock mule. Come time, March come.
Okay, streamline this a bit in the mover. Basically, we can consume and check if the fuel amount is over 0 at the same time. Oh no, we're consuming fuel all the time. I guess that's normal, but there's also that it's not still. Could actually just make it based on the speed that we're moving as well.
The stupidest thing that I can remember in recent scientific history was the banning of LSD research in the 1960s, and the government made it illegal for psychologists to pursue that line of research. What is the function of that kind of stupidity in evolution? Well, what stupidity does is it forces the intelligent to get more intelligent.
Just gonna multiply with movement magnitude. It's gonna be terrible, but Now we need the balance. Balance it next. Balance it as well.
Stupidest thing that I can remember in recent scientific history was the banning of LSD research in the 1960s, and the government made it illegal for psychologists to pursue that line of research. What is the function of that kind of stupidity in evolution? Well, what stupidity does is it forces the intelligent to get more intelligent.
Ugh. Guess I'll just increase the fuel consumption a bit. Triple this. Of course it doesn't change to the player. God damn it. Oh, it does. It does. Guess we need to also work on the in-game world kind of UI of sorts. Just thinking of a little bit of the usability that. Okay. Right, that probably needs to be in start. That people know what to do here is that move the first resource node a little bit closer. Really feeling classic makes right now. Wait. in sun. Getting too bright. So, kind of want to make a fuel, like UI for the fuel tank. But in a sense, feels a little bit boring to just make it a number. So, we're not gonna do that. This is gonna be the world UI. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make like every 10, 25 gonna be one block of something, and it's gonna be we're gonna just stack those blocks because we don't have the maximum fuel amount, so can't really do a kind of a bar. Just kind of want to whoa, you can make the webcam follow your face. Maybe I'll just put the auto. Okay, let's see what right light does. Maybe it'll adjust a bit. So maybe I'll start by making the fuel icons. Fuel icon and the thing and the wonder if it's enough if I just make a good sized. Yeah, I think it is. Kind of making it a little bit smaller. But I want the corners not to be warped. Wait, my thing is There we go. Now it's properly. The edges are properly set. Oh, it's okay. That was not what I wanted to do. Oh, of course. Yeah, need to do it like this. These are gonna be our energy things. Oh, there's a lightning thing. Cool. Nice. As I was just thinking of if I need to draw a lightning. See what kind of fills we have. One is enough, and it also the green on yellow doesn't seem to be really working. Why is that? Center. What if crystal energy is purple? What if the lightning is purple? that. This is 100%. The transparency is one thing though with the... Don't remember if you can actually make a transparent color in Unity. Energy bar. I actually need to make some icons for the game as well. Need to make the diamond at least. Do I have a diamond here? Can I? That should do it. But I want to turn it a bit. Let's use the Microsoft's colors. Ah, that looks good. But I want to make it a little bit like solemn yucky paste. What? That's good. And there's the... Oh, we can just rotate. Okay, no arbitrary rotations. What a shame. Might as well just make a full square sized thing. Diamonds. Maybe I'll make an energy icon as well. A smaller energy icon. Cool. Might as well all these to sprites. Pixels per unit 64. Okay, that doesn't work right. Maybe I'll just look at them in Photoshop after all. There's the I installed a Photoshop alternative. Not sure. Don't even remember the name of it. It was like Glimpse. It's like GIMP alternative, like GIMP with better UI apparently. Haven't actually ever launched this. It's gonna take a while, I guess. Or no? Don't know. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, does it? Okay, maybe it'll just make a little anti-aliased. Shapes or the smoothing there. It's gonna be fine. Here we go. It started well with Glimpse. Doesn't even want to end. Okay. Stop at your leisure. So okay, let's create a empty object. This is the fuel UI. Fuel meter. For the fuel meter we make is not a folder. For fuel meter we do C# script. All right. Alright, I named these energy bar and energy, even though I'm using fuel, the word fuel in this context, so... Oh well. So... let's try with 25. $25 first. Seal to go basically to the next full end number for the when we divide the fuel amount by fuel per bar. So we need to find the next how many bars we need to show the full fuel thing, and I think the fuel meter will have. It's gonna be a vertical layout group. Make it a required component. We're gonna control child width at least. Basically, just make them into the whatever thing we have here. We're gonna create the bar's amount of new images. Can I make it like this? I could just make it a prefab, to be honest. Maybe I'll do that. I forgot to set all these filter modes to point. Crispier. Guess I'm just gonna let them control the show and hide as well.
You got under my skin. I'm aimlessly wandering from now until oblivion. Will we ever get the feeling again? It's breathing again. It's you under my skin. Oh, you break me down. Got every part of me burning endlessly. You break me down. You break me down. Got every part of me burning endlessly. You break me down. You break me down. You break me down. Got every part of me burning endlessly. You break me down. You break me down. Got every part of me burning endlessly. You break me down.
I've been so quiet that I'm afraid that YouTube will soon give me a copyright strike or something, because we're basically just listening to these songs. But Yeah, just a little bit more focusing right now. So could put some food on, to be honest. After this. Let's see how this works now. Did I get an error or something? Now the UI gets instantiated or starts before the player data gets to add the fuel there, the initial fuel. So I should just make that happen before. Sorry if I can make it in a wake. I should make another, like, something that just initializes the game. Okay, now we go. There we go. Perfect. Did I actually make a vertical? Oh, fuck off. I was supposed to make horizontal one. Shit. See what it looks like now. Ah, looks like shit. No, I just, oh yeah, okay.
Hold your flag.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't look back, 'cause I won't be here anymore. You're driving out yourself. You're leaving me, you leave me with the rest. You're leaving me with the rest.
You're right, of course. I don't update that now yet. Let's wait for look.
Time means nothing. I'll never know. I'll never know where I'm going. Seasons, I know them. They always find me, no matter where I am. In the softest
Now I just kind of need to.
in the blue light, I'm awake. Silent melodies I follow and take flight. Here I find you all.
Oh fuck! Oh shit! Okay, there we go.
Always
Tipped my
there,
car.
always see, just like the wind. All around me, precious things I see. Wildest creatures living free. The more I look, the more I see. Wide in my heart lies and
Yeah, grid layout actually works. Good work. I just kind of was thinking of that. That it's you can't make it stack downwards, so
seasons I know them.
the horizontal one. So you're just gonna use the grid. Exactly what I wanted to do.
Beloved things they grow. Grow out of sight.
That should basically just
The world becomes a colder place.
oh right. Flexible constraint. Or is that the cell size is... No, it's not that. But now I have the content size fitter, that's not gonna work. No, I don't have. What the fuck? I just charged these. There we go. Let's gather some crystals and go. There we go. Much better. And then, probably not gonna destroy the images. I'm probably gonna disable them. Since we're making this every time we start the thing, and also I think the fuel tank, when it starts, it will just make the, or when the player starts, it could make the maximum fuel for the tank the amount it has at the moment. So basically you can't field refuel more than you had before. I don't know. Well, this works this way though. Should I rely on Unity to put the images or the children all the time in the right order or not? Maybe I'll just make a linked list. Isn't that the at last? gonna be this list, isn't it? You could just make an array though. Or just have this. There we go. Oh my god, the fuel consumption is too low still. There we fucking go, it does work. Rip movement. Alright. So now I need to balance the fuel consumption. So maybe 100. This is pretty brutal. But then again, you just need to make some quick refuels to start. It starts with the, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 100 seems to be alright, I guess. 90. Or maybe I can make it like if the player gets stuck without fuel, you can you could activate a solar panel that will regenerate the fuel, but then you could use your voice to regenerate fuel. So you just need to shout it into your microphone to gain fuel. I'm not gonna do that because the testing would be just stupid. I want to have people playing this game on their mobile phones, and then they're just in the bus stops and then the buses and metros, they're just shouting because they want to get some more energy to get that last little resources. Some things that I need to work out would be with the world persistence stuff. So basically, if I wanted to make it not so easy, so if you collect some resources, they would be gone for good. That would be one. So basically, you need to conserve your resources in order to make longer and longer journeys. In a sense. But then I just need to randomize the things, the resources. Alright, I need the crystal counter as well. This is gonna be Why don't I make it a resource color? Why did I rename my icon Diamond, even though I'm using Crystal here? That's stupid. Who the fuck designed this shit? The fucking terminology is all over the place. Fuck. It is a diamond shape, but you should keep consistent. I feel like I should keep consistent with everything. Can I just... I'm gonna need some new fonts though. Like real soon. Ah, okay. Yeah, I actually haven't used the TextMesh Pro things at all, pretty much, so have to give them a try. Do the rect transform here. Yeah, the quality is terrible if you make everything really low quality. Or low resolution, I mean. This is gonna be it's not going to be here because yeah, cool, nice. We're gonna check it at some point, maybe not at this point. If I put that there, I would need to move my fuel meter lower, and then it would. But the fuel meter is goes like occupies this whole thing. The one who put it there. It'll do. Yep. Sounds good. I'm gonna take a little break of putting some food to be prepared in a moment as well.
I've been on my way down. I've been living with the lights out. Get in trouble by the idle sounds of the day to day. I know I let you down. I did nothing to protect you. Didn't know how much you went through. And now it's too late. I wish I did more to love you. I wish I did more to keep you safe. And if I only could, I'd build a better world for you. I don't wanna see you hurt or struggling, sitting in your cold room. figure out a meaning, trying to buy into the feeling of a better place. I wish I did more to love you. I wish I did more to keep you safe. And if I only could, I'd build a better world for you. I don't wanna see you hurt or struggling, sitting in your cold water. I wish I was fighting for you, keeping you close and not lonely walkers. I don't wanna see you hurt or struggling, sitting in your cold water. I wish I was fighting for you, keeping you close and that I wish I did more to love you. I wish I did more to keep you safe. And if I ever could, I'd build a better world for you. For you. For you. So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something about you that makes me believe in another chance. Can't explain what I'm sensing. Every part of me trembling as I feel that you got through my defense. And I should know by now to always touch the ground, but how I forget. Enchanted by your face, I found my perfect place. So don't wake me up, don't wake me up, don't wake me up, don't wake me Savoring every word, snowflakes upon my tongue. Take your hand in mine and our eyes feel the heat like a rocket sun. As I swim in your ocean, I don't even look back to the shore. We embrace underwater and now I'm not drowning anymore. Enchanted by your face, I found my perfect place. So don't wake me up, don't wake me up, don't wake me Is this a shadow pathway? Is this a mirror image? I don't care in your arms, I could stay here forever. And I should know by now to always touch the ground, but how I forget. Enchanted by your face, I found my perfect place. Don't wake me up, don't wake They don't know how it feels when you're small inside, yet too big.
I just did that. I don't even need that because I need to. I did a crystal counter, but it gets the crystals from the inventory. So, basically, I don't know that information, or I don't need that information right now in the world thing. What I do need is the information from the player's miner drill. So, World UI Manager. It's gonna be in Singleton.
Petrol station, 24-hour coffee fumes. Where will this ominous road be taking you?
Actually, this instance is gonna be a Singleton is but gonna be the latest, so I'm just gonna put instance. The newest World UI Manager will be always in the instance. So from the miner, I'm just maybe on collect. Research collected. Okay, this is not resource collected anymore, it's more like... call that resource changed. There we go. Oof. I'm just gonna empty the text. There's nothing. Could show 0 though, but fuck. Alright, that's good. Maybe I'll just put the 0 to there. The miner could also update it and start. Why not? Or not. Or then I'm just gonna make a resource type. So one tool is for one type. But that's not gonna work, is it? That's not good. I'm just thinking if I have more tools than one, how am I gonna do that? I'm just gonna put it to 0 at this point because you always start with 0. Now I'm gonna put that food up. Might as well keep the headphones on. Time for cooking streams. Even though it's just I'm gonna put stuff into a mini steamer. Let it roll. Alright, easy food. Gotta make a timer properly so I don't forget that. Nice. Oh, right. Right, I was gonna cover this one.
Set it off and you scramble like you under attack. But don't run, that booming sound is just a banging track. Camel, crooked J. Root do more damage than the Razorback. Space age, forget the Glock, I cock the laser back. Scientifical madness, reppin' still a weapon, carbon black. So be alarmed, we dropping bombs, not fiction but fact. I swing the mic and chop it down like a lumberjack. We about to blow it up, so where my people at? People at, people at.
None other than the Ellis.
We set it off.
Other than the Ellis. Yeah. Slow flow killer.
So yeah, I was gonna update the UI a little bit.
Style too dangerous, flow too murderous, beats too treacherous. You can't handle this. Mic technician here to heat it up, so feel a friction. Obliterate when I disintegrate the competition. You know how we do to blow it back, yo, that's our only mission. It's ringing from the bang, the flash distorts your vision. Cold flows, so Frigeron, wizard or mic magician. Camo and Crooked on the beat, and they the bomb technician. Keep the precision of this collaborative composition. In addition, witness the damage that's done. It's about to blow up. 3, 2, 1.
None other than the Ellis.
We set it off.
Other than the Ellis.
There. Wait, does this start in the beginning? Yeah. Does. Classic Unity UI thing. Set up things. I'm just gonna do the base menu a little bit rough. Just gonna skip a little bit of. Don't want to make a UI manager stuff here right now. Go. Now we should update with the refueling as well. Fascinating. Is the inventory not ready at the start? Fine. Let's try it out. With them debuggers. Instance is fine. This player data. Inventory is fine. Oh, crystal text is not set, of course. None of this is set. There we go. Nice. Hold on. It is working. I guess I'm gonna add next the keep it alive thing. Maybe there's a there could be a monster in the city that you need to keep alive by feeding it crystals, but there could be also just like feeding crystals to a generator, or then you could try to keep the economy of the city alive by injecting it with crystals, which are very valuable currency in the city. That would be actually timely, but not like cliched Corona. Keep a person you love alive and give them toilet paper and masks and everything, and or power the ventilator so your loved ones can not die or something like that. This can be fully capitalistic. Keep the economy alive. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. we will have a okay, so here's the thing. All right, we're gonna make a screen so we have a button to check the stock market, which will be a stock market of City Health. And if it goes too low, you can just inject crystals into the market, and you can keep the stock market alive. Yes, this is it. This is how things work in real life as well. All right, so there's gonna be a couple of things here happening in this up in this bitch. First of all, this is gonna be a little bit wider. Oh fuck, I mean, yeah. So what we're basically gonna do is that we will have another blade. This is just, we're just gonna make empty game object. No, wait. Karage. There will will be in garage as well. Maybe it's just gonna be somewhere in here. Just that. Oops. Okay, not that. Oops. Yep, that's it. So this is gonna be the thing. The thing. Go. No. I'm gonna have a little bit of a break. I'm gonna eat for a while. Probably just leaving the stream on, I suppose. Closing the camera and microphone though.
I need to know just how you feel. I need to know what you're feeling for me. You gotta show me your love's locked down. I need to know I'm your one and only. The way you turn it back around.
All right. So I'm just thinking how to how to make this. We're gonna have the value, and that is like city health, and it's gonna give random values. Guess I need to make it like run the all the time. So it's basically declining all the time, but it's just adding and removing random number, or like adding some random offsets there. And we just graph it basically, the values. Kind of would want to make some sort of maybe a wave of sorts, sine wave, downwards going sine wave, but that would be basically that would probably be too like predictable to have some random element into it. It could, the time could be advanced at random. Let's make a script for this. Alright, basically we could do like every 2 seconds we get a new value. Kind of whatever. Every 2 seconds we get a new value for it. Don't have to do it in update. Basically what we're gonna do is I can just
don't you ever give up, remember your inner kid. Tune out the noise, don't just be a moving car. Recognize where you are and how you came so far. Yeah, sometimes you got to give yourself a hug. Just a reminder to you that you deserve love. You see,
arms around me, day by day. Why does it feel so far away? Words are empty, colors fade. Now we do know better, yet it stays the same. I know that there's a way, and it won't be start today.
gonna use time here, not time dot times this level load, because it's gonna persist in between scenes as well, so therefore Should I just go with 0 and 1? We can just map it whatever we want. I'm gonna store like maybe 100 last. That'll have a good resolution. If we have for 2 seconds, I'm just gonna 60 would be 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Just have to make sure that the queue actually is what I want. Gonna fill the queue with values. Oh right, yeah.
Inside me is all I know. Just take me, embrace me, just don't let
Yeah, I was going to do something, but oh god. let's have our own tea that we are gonna use in this. So basically, we can warp time to make the thing look a little bit, the graph look a little bit more different. Actually, probably check what the queue is about. Might need so the queue linked lists seem to be in order as well. Stack is like stack, okay. Ouch. Let's have a look at the linked list as well. Could just add this one. We could just add basically probably the same functionality, but we're just gonna add last stuff. Okay, I want to make this method that will save some rewriting because I want a random value between -1 and +1. I could use random range, but I just want to use this one instead. For one reason or another. This is gonna look really weird, but or maybe I'll just put this here. So basically the last one we want to be just 1. I'll just put 1 here.
It's Dex. Ebenezer Freestyle. Shouts to my D&D family. All around the world. I never wanted to go more. I used to beat myself about it. But now preparing for the encore. I'm sailing but you stay on shore. You need to fight when the drought hits. I'm soaring high like a Congo. Yeah, let's do this. Shout out to my R8 squad. No Scrooge, Ebenezer, getting in the cans like a geezer. Humming when I might no fever, live in the dance when I tear in the speaker. All I wanna do is get high with the tea, spit fire with the team, I'm making life with the team. Pour drinks of the future.
I can't use linked lists again because I need to access that. I need to access the. How do you iterate through linked list?
Lost trust for the people. Right parts of the book. All I wanna do is go live for the sequel. All I wanna do is get high, but it's lethal. And what I mean by that is I'm neglecting shit, responsibilities, and the faking the false, spread wings like an eagle. Yeah, but fuck this. I preach vibes, not hatred. And confidence in your consciousness. Have pride when
Oh,
it's
just
sacred.
4 each, I
Pride when
guess.
you make shit. And seek help when you're breaking. That's important, bro. You in an island. We should all give strength for the way-ins. Yeah, you gotta go down fighting. Let's do this. 12 round in the ring and retiring. But your corner's here to make your game plan clear. So listen up, we uniting. Power in numbers and we got abundance. Tear down walls that we're climbing. And tear down fools that are sniping. I'm bored of it, there's negativity. It's a mystery to me. Dark times start smiling. Yeah, in dark times start smiling.
Okay, linked list is not the one that I want to use. Back to queue.
I'm hearing what you're saying in a shaking voice and feeling like I made mistakes. Deluded that I made it rain. Our lives have been so up and down. Stability like paper planes. Sick of each other like the company's got stale. All I'm trying to do is get away, fly down the wing like Gareth Bale. But now it's time to rectify so we can tell compelling tales about the good things in our lives without us wearing veils. 'Cause I'm holding on to this.
But can I?
Trying to get away.
Why do I try to make this? Fancy ass data structures. I'm just gonna use list. Or it's gonna be an array of. It's just gonna be a float array. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. No, it's not gonna be that.
But what's the point if you don't try? And I mind. So put myself in the fire and lights, and I put you down for the cold and ice. When I roll the dice, I don't wanna feel like I'm holding time. With you now, everything is not lost. When I'm talking about my history, girl, I put it in a mental loft, never counted the cost. Yes, yes, I never counted the
List is good.
experience, rounding it off. If anybody wanted to win, still change. The old me would argue the toss. Trying to get packed up, jump in a whip and come to your house on your night off. I never got time to show me the way whenever my eyes fall hard across. Yeah, when I'm sleeping, girl, I'm moving along. My mental strings get tighter than
Because I need to remove the first ones. First ones when I add new stuff. Oh, right, I have the game manager object, which will persist anyway, so it's good. That'll stay. Let's see what happens if I do that. Alright. I'll get it. There's... the fuck? Oh, right, I need to... yeah. It's like 10. Okay, I had another float int conversion thing there. Now it should go, yeah. Guess. Rises in the steady, or actually falls in the steady way. Gonna have to do something about that.
Promises an endless hope.
Nice.
Are all disregarded. Tell me that you won't say no.
Let's make that lower. And we're gonna I'm gonna try the sine wave of sorts to see if that's gonna work. Okay. Give you the 1 plus 1. This needs to be minus. I'm actually gonna make a little bit more bigger range for the change, but if I multiply the random value with a random value, it's gonna average a little bit less. It might use it here though. Actually, that's gonna average a little bit lower. Yeah, we're gonna need to. This is fine. You could just use triple there. There we go, that looks a little bit better. What if I add a sine there? Is it cosine that is better for this though? Boop, boop. That's interesting. Really makes you think. Why would it do that? I'm actually going to need to I'm just gonna use this. Check which way they were. Okay, sine is that it creates a -1 and 1. Between 1 and -1, so That could be good. And cosine is between 0 and 1, isn't it? Or 0 and pi. Oh, con, okay. No, cosine is as well. Tangent is... No, wait, what? Tangent is, yeah. But cosine starts from 1 and sine starts at 0. Wasn't that? Yeah. Maybe I will... Oh! Oh, right, so this is the... like, that would be that the random... how the random affects it. Oh, and also... Oh, right, of course the t will be 0 all the time, so... Well, might as well just... whatever, add some t there. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah? Yeah. Huh. Alright, I need to start with sine. Sine is, it could be maximum of like 0. Maybe half. Yeah, half is fine. This could be a little bit more. Oof. Now it just climbs too high. Okay, maybe it needs to be more actually. Because it was just rising. Yeah. Looks very sine-ish. I'm just gonna get another random value there, see if it no, so we could just use this times 2 minus 1. This is gonna be a massive function, but holy shit. Yikes. Off the charts. And then we multiply with 0.5. That'll give us multiply with -5, so we kind of get a div first and then that. Actually, we're gonna add to the T so that it will come back down to the as a in the end it'll come back to the 0. So I'm just gonna do the plus last values count. We will just add it, or well, yeah, it's gonna be this because there's not gonna be any updates in this between this. Might not need these, yeah. It should come back. Now it's was it 2 pi where it's 2 pi where it's kind of done a high and then low and then no, we don't need this. Okay, sounds good. Except that I'm just gonna spam the random values here. No, that's not gonna look good. Wait, is it that or? Let's go with that, yeah. Wait. No, this is better, yeah.
Like a myth that never dies, like a cat with 9 lives. She's a light that's never going out. Like a fish up against the stream, she will always try again. 'Cause the hungry heart can take a beating, beating.
I guess that's fine. I suppose. Alright, what I was gonna do is that I'm gonna make the value, this function here into a that I will use in also in fixed update in the update value. But I will. I'm just gonna put this. Yep. That needs to be in the other place. Let's make it like that. Looks a little bit disgusting. Disgusting. But that's what we're doing. So we can now put a time limit to C or time limit after which basically the game ends if you don't do anything. I'm gonna put minutes here. First comment of the whole project. I'm gonna put 10 minutes, so basically 5 minutes maybe. If you don't contribute in 5 minutes, the world will collapse. So health reduction will be time limit times 60 slash date interval. So every let's take a little bit of that. City health minus health reduction. Then that's the true value. And actually I'm gonna keep it that way. I'm not going to manipulate it anymore. The graph is whatever the graph is. That's just, it's gonna be like that. So that should do it. Gonna do display values. We're gonna put this one here. Void. No need to return anything.
Yeah, I love. Oops. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Holy shit. Where's the line going? Oh my god. No. Forgot to put this. At least the line values didn't flood, but oops. All right, it's just going down, isn't it? Holy shit. The economy of this whole thing tanked faster than we could imagine. Yo. We're going at 9. Okay, alright, yeah, sure. At 11. Sure, okay. 14k. That's something's wrong with the thing. Maybe it could be this. Thought I would be clever. Okay, no, it wasn't that. Well, basically just adding 700 to the thing for some reason. For one reason or another. It might be this. Isn't it? Oh yeah, this is the wrong way around. Oops. Oops. It still tanks quite fast, but it's not that fast. Now there's only like 200. The hell is going on here? I'm actually gonna... Oh wait, hiding these pictures. Okay, right. Alright, let's see. My true value is going down quite fast. The health reduction doesn't probably help. Debug health reduction. See how that works out. $24 is quite a lot, yeah. Alright, I need to divide it by 100 as well. It shouldn't be though. Maybe it's the those. The parentheses is probably the thing. Oh fuck, it's... Oh, thank God. Oh my God, no. It's so volatile. Help. Okay, I need to try with a little less time limit. 1 minute. And also this should be perhaps a little bit slower, the T increase. just gonna multiply it. Maybe not at all times. So. I would say that that's a little bit too much of the. A little bit too much. We're gonna get the new value and the bigger the value is, or the true value is, or smaller the true value is, the smaller the effect. So we're gonna also add I'm gonna add it right here. So basically this is that, and this is times the true value, which should be between 0 and 1. Also, I don't think my lifetime time limit went past, didn't. But it's going down now. The sine effect is too big now. Maybe the 1 second might be better. I have no idea what the life. Let's intensify this a bit. But this needs to be way smaller. Or actually, yeah. But also need to probably increase the T only at that. Not in the updates. Maybe just had here. Maybe it's too low effect now. It's you. But if I have the 5-minute time limit, what does it look like now? It does fall quite fast, so I'm just gonna I'm just gonna do like this. I'm gonna double reverse this thing of sorts. So basically a mathematician would probably rip my eyes off for that.
Sometimes we fight for it till we're bloodied and bruised. So why don't we risk it all for love? For love. Don't turn away from me. I'm reaching out. I'm reaching out. Just give yourself to me. I need you now. I need you now.
Watching graphs, really interesting gameplay mechanic.
There are walls and there are doors through which I cannot.
I'm gonna have to make the
Doesn't matter if I love you with all my heart. Always be a
have
part
to
of
make
me,
the
just out of reach,
the health visible somehow though.
just out of reach.
One thing I'm gonna do is if true value is smaller or 0, then we're gonna just return 0. So we'll get a flat curve, flat line. Display values, update value. We're gonna also do here if city health is smaller or 0. Oh, didn't be just here. The 2 seconds was a little bit better, I think. Let's debug with 1 minute. Beep. Yep, seems good. Seems good. What if I put 120? Let's see how my code works. I think that's fine. I'm gonna make it so that in the beginning, we have the true value is actually 0.5 plus times 0.5. So basically that it doesn't, the economy of this place doesn't just, that looks a little bit better, yeah. But also we will have 2 dips basically. Right. I'm still gonna add this here. So basically we're gonna have delta time times or math pi. So it goes 1 pi in, I think 15 seconds could be good. Wow. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, it goes quite fast now. Okay, the update interval needs to be 2 seconds, to be honest. That's boring. Too fast otherwise. Also, I need to make so if the city health is not 0, then if the graph value is 0, is under 0 or 0, then we will need to boost it a bit, because we're not dead yet. Let's add like 0.1 there, just in case. Alright, time to watch some stock market shit. It's gonna be an awkward crash, isn't there? Actually, no, because I set the effect of the randomizers will kind of wear out. Okay, now it's 0. Okay. Actually, yeah, maybe this could be not maybe it's just linear, like times the true value. Hmm. I think that's fine. I could make this a UI element as well. Ugh. I'm not like I was thinking of making a camera just turn towards this. Which is not exactly a difficult thing to do. We're gonna have to see how this works with if I go here. It seems to be updating still. Or not. Well, alright, it loses the line renderer. I'm just gonna find any light renderer that I find in that scene. That seemed to work. No, it doesn't work. Okay, there you go. Okay, so it runs the start when I do that. If I put this here.
Hot to fire.
Okay, it does that as well. We just have a boolean for initialization. Alright, I didn't actually set the initialization on, but for some reason it didn't. What? Weird. Okay, well, anyway. Should save that. Well, oh, fuck, my city's dying. City's dead. Alright, 5 minutes is enough. Let's yeah. Then okay, next up is looking at the graph. See if that helps. Oops. I'm just gonna go with these train wreck of values. Let's make a material for that line. Unlit color and whites, that's good. Holy shit, that's a sharp drop. Oh boy. think the sign is still a little bit too strong. I'm gonna make another trick. So let's have another 0.5 plus value times 0.5. So there should be some sort of stretching of the sign there. Yo, that's a high. City health. Whoa. I will need to make that a little bit smaller. 0.3 maybe. Still quite a lot. But we could make the random thing a little bit higher. 0.5. Oh, that's the city health, Yare. So basically, the thing you're keeping alive is the city's economy. You need to inject crystals to the economy to keep it alive. So basically, you have when this graph goes to 0, you kind of lose the game. So if it goes too low, you need to put in some money into the system. Because this is exactly how things work in real life. So. Yep. This is kind of topical, but not going to the actual directly into the thing. I'm just checking how my randomizer affects it. You basically have 5 minutes until the graph goes to 0. If you don't put stuff in, then tough luck, bud. I just need to make a number as well to show the city health. Yeah. Let's make a 3D text. Howdy. I fucked up this. Oh my god. Maybe I'll just actually make a canvas there. Just no pixel perfect. No space. Alright, it's gonna be... I don't know how I fucked this up this bad. Okay, so now it points this way, okay? But if I want to... So that's the 0. Gonna need to display values, take the minus off here.
I'm telling you right straight out that if you're at all queasy, just put on the late night movie because this is very heavy.
You know, maybe I'll just have the like the scale is 5. Or 6. 7.5. 6. Yeah. All right. Back to the UI thing. Maybe I'll just gonna move this here. Rotation. Wait, 5 and height is. Wait, 10 and 5. This is gonna fill the thing. 0 and 0. Okay, why is this not at 0? Why the? So now it should basically show it right here. Correct. Nice. So basically two things that I need to actually do now is, well, the UI I will show probably probably gonna show the averages, some averages from that, and maybe I'll just make it here and try to make the UI that it doesn't conflict with that. Use the Text Mesh Pro as well here. Try it out. Nope, not gonna do that then. In another project, another time, I'm gonna make a text. Okay. font size needs to be 1. Apparently 2 is already too big. Can I have it set font size of, well, let's just scale it a bit. This is how it's gonna be. I'm just gonna add this to the add this to the kind of the header of the all right. We're gonna make a new script called stock status viewer. It will basically just have all the tools that we need. So it'll have the line renderer and the text. modify that. Don't think it's gonna have anything else. And here we're gonna actually have status view, and we're gonna get the status view in here. If status view is not no at this point. Status view that line, and doesn't need to be public anymore. This doesn't need to be public. Probably don't even need that there. Just put it here. I could just have this status view dot line here. We could actually have the text here. Values count -1. Text position. I'm gonna try where it goes with the pos vector there. Might be really off the line. Status view, status text, dot text is health values, and we're just gonna like times 10,000. All right. City health. Ah, yes. My stock status doesn't probably work. It doesn't because there is no stock status. There we go. Where's the text? Yeah, that doesn't work. So what does work is basically this is gonna be at the same X position. Alright, close enough. Or close. What if I'm just putting this there?
You make music ready. For a moment, people forget the troubles in their lives. It's no small thing.
Alright, so basically the Y is now, because there's the line is starts from 0, yes, and my text's position Y is okay, and +5 is okay, and okay. Understand. I understand. Oh, whoops. Wrong place. This is gonna be one minus health values times but is it? No, it's not. No. No, is it? It's going to be this way, yeah. That's gonna work. Or it's not. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what the health values even is, so now it's at least going the wrong way, yes. Because now it's actually rising with the thing. But why is it so low? Oh, is the health values is... Oh right, they're negative. Yeah? We're getting close. Actually, they're positive, right? Should be positive. The scale is off, isn't it? Yep. I'm gonna brute force this. This is gonna be maybe 4. I don't know why that works, but it works. Maybe it's the 10,000s are boring. Also, we're gonna make this an integer. And oh no, the scale is off a little bit. Close enough though. Oh, now it's dipping low. What if I actually could try another line style? So 5 minutes is quite a long time. Well, I don't know. Just want to see if it dips below at any point. Rip town, Rip City. Oh, nope. There we go. Last beep of life. Yeah, it's gonna be something I want to try is if I have a lot of values. Maybe I'll just have like longer interval. I think the now it kind of moves. Accurately, I guess. Let's move the time limit to like 0.5. 30 seconds. Let's add like 1 to it. No, 1 is probably too much. Or what isn't. Seems about right. It's gonna be close enough. That's fine. All right, time to wrap it up a little bit. Let me just maybe make the camera system and camera here and camera position. Be aligned now, and we're gonna make another game object. Just get these here. Bool transform. There we go.
Our perceptions changed. You're a stranger when I call. Have you ever had the thought if I met you now instead of then, we could watch it all play out from the very moment we shook hands. Things are moving parallel with a different version of events, so we might as well forget thinking about what could happen next. Walk away was a steady state, living right back home. Shattered my heart, left me with pieces of a broken home. Now you say you need me, staying at the door, asking if you can come in, and I can't say no, no, I can't say no. You and I just can't say goodbye. Every time we do, well, it's just another lie. I know you're no good for me, but every time I'm with you, there's nowhere I'd rather be.
Alright, I was just quietly making a view switch button functionality there. Getting a little bit tired again. Stop in a moment, but what I did was basically let's see if this even works. It doesn't work. Guess I don't have these things stacked. Basically I have two locations and I just make a kind of a seeker in the middle. So basically if I have this boolean on that I need to be in stock view, but the seeker is not in one, I just increase the seeker. And if I should be in garage view and the seeker is not 0, I will just decrease the seeker. And yeah, basically it's just you can just spam the button and nothing else will happen. And also the seeker, if like when you switch the seeker, you just update the switch like the switching progress, and you just interpolate between these two. I actually need to interpolate between the rotation as well. I have no idea if I can actually do this with. Can I slurp here? I can just use slurp. I could use just vector 3 here. The slurp. Might need to use slurp because slurp probably just smooths it to the one direction. Cool. Cool. It's fine, I think. But we just need to adjust the camera a little bit. I could just also interpolate between the field of view as well, but too much stuff. These need to be switched up.
And you can
Oh, rip, my city died while I was away. Maybe the 5 minutes is... maybe it's too much. Maybe 3 minutes will be. You need to come back earlier. Now I just need to put the injection thing there. Alright, the injection button more, then I'm done for the day. And most likely. Let me see. How much time is there? There's one more day, so maybe tomorrow evening something, but no, it's gonna be a work day anyway, so don't wanna stress too much about it. So small polish, most likely something. I'm gonna make the button in this here. Maybe one exclamation mark is fine. Oh yeah, let's bind this button here. Let's see how it looks. If it actually, well. Alright, button works at least. Oh right, I need coins. I need stuff to boost the economy with now. Nice, it goes through. Oh, I love that UI pop-up thing. Nice. Go past me. I knew I would need that at some point. Now we need to just make some sort of algorithm to boost the city health. Maybe it could be percentage based. I'm also thinking of diminishing returns on one boost time, so so that you have to actually boost a little bit more to get the best out of your stuff. There's no feedback on how much it's gonna boost though at the moment, so it's gonna be hard. Gonna make a 4 loop. So, city health is going to be, actually we're going to add city health. One minus city health, so from the how much we have lost, we'll add 10% of that, or 10% per crystal. Is that too much? It's gonna go down though. I'm actually gonna do the trick like this. So times 1 per or it could be just basically like from the first you get half of the thing, plus maybe the next one you get 1/4 and you get 1/6. It's already gonna be, it needs to be bigger, or maybe not bigger, but maybe because we return, for example, 10 crystals. So you get 25% of the thing. And then you get 20%. Then you get, that's already like it's still too much though. I'm gonna add that. And you're gonna get 20% from the first chart. Recover. So basically this is how you never get over +1 or like get, yeah, you know, you never get to like over the limit. Oh shit. Fuck. Gonna refill with like 6 shards. Oh fuck no. Restatus. The economy is dying. Put everything in. Wait, did that even do anything? Oh, must be some. Oh, fuck off. Oh shit. Never mind. I'm just doing all the fucking calculations. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Every time it happens. Oh. Oh wait, could have been also that it's just city health. Before is 1, okay. It's not. It's not. Or am I just going too small? What the hell? Where I'm having a duplicate somewhere now. Could be that the awake oh right, it could be this. I have same in the fuel tank as well. It's gonna... Why is it a different instance though? Wait. Okay, there we go. Now we have recovery. But city health was 0? Why? Is this not working as intended? I'm kind of worried that this is the fucking instance thingers, or the singleton is fucking up. This could be one that it doesn't destroy it immediately, so it's kind of just replaces it anyway. That doesn't make any sense though. Okay, now it seems to boost it, yes. That's the thing. Yeah, that was the thing. Okay, I need to remember that for the next time, and also for the other my singletons, like player data. Okay, this is, yeah. And this is gonna be here. Here. So we don't get extra fuel every time we switch the views. There we go. So basically the best way to play this game now, you know, wait, oh, I'm not taking my crystals from my inventory. The best way to play this game is to calculate the best kind of return rate for the thing, for those, and just put crystals in small amounts. You now know, if you have watched this stream, you can do that now. You can win everyone. So basically here we need to play our data instance, get inventory, and take resource type crystal, and this much, and boom. That did.
One touch to loosen the hold. One touch to free me. No shadow, darkness, I am falling no more. I never felt like this before. No shadow, darkness, I am falling no more. I never felt like this before.
6. Okay, that gives us 20. Yeah, I need to also refuel with this 10. Game balance is something that needs to be done, but not at this point. Also, I could make a generator for the for these resource node spawners. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I need to make more of these, like further away here. So there's incentive to go out there and find these. There we go. That's it. All right, I'm gonna think I'm just gonna make a build and upload that, and that's gonna be it for now. Thank you guys and gals for watching, whoever stick with me this far. No copyright strikes. Copyright strikes, yes, but no more community guideline strikes today on YouTube, luckily. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna make a build and maybe stop the stream at this point. Hope you enjoyed the music. Hope you enjoyed the coding. You can reach me on Twitter. You probably came here from there, or you have a communication channel with me if you are watching here. But yeah, well, thanks for watching, and maybe see you in the next game jam or something else. Maybe I'll play some video games at some point as well. Anyway, I can't stop that. Yes. Oof. Yeah. All right. Bye bye, and see you next time.